What should we feel when our time runs out? Will emptiness be all that's left? Is this how we justify our selfishness? A blurry world, a worldly view inside our minds. Guess so much for our own thoughts, driving us like a haunting ghost, trapped on earth, losing touch. We share the earth, but do you believe in us? Only care when it's too late. We repeat our mistakes. Believe in our own greed. Rejecting our humanity. Oh. How do we heal and stop our suffering? Are we content with how it's going to end? When the meaning of our lives is slowly fading, do we hold on? Hold on. Hold on. Inside. Hold on. Get so much for our own thoughts, driving us like a haunting ghost, trapped on earth, losing touch. We share the earth, but do you believe in us? Only care when it's too late. We repeat our mistakes. Believe in our own greed. Rejecting our humanity. Oh. Để mà nói ra những lời chân thành, liệu có khó quá không? Giờ lại dối nhau với ba lời vô tình, vội vàng che đi những vết thương. Tại giờ những câu chưa đã nói ra dần dần sẽ trả chính ta. Những lời giả dối âm thầm lùi làm những bức thư từng dấu trong lòng. Để rồi lạc lối, cứ tưởng rằng mọi thứ xung quanh vô tâm với ta. Lời nói vẫn gì chỉ là câu cùng. Vậy sao ta hay dùng để làm đau nhau? Lời nói những thứ tâm ta không phòng. Ta nói chắc chắn đã chân thật với người. Hãy nói ra những lời chân thành, dù có quá tốn công. dõi đưa vội vã lại vô tận, giờ phải che đi những vết thương và lại nhớ câu chữ đã nói ra hiện tại vẫn còn chính ta. Nhưng lại là âm thầm chạy với những nỗi đau đã giấu trong lòng. Thế rồi xa xôi cứ tưởng rằng ta không quan tâm được với chính ta. Lời nói có gì chẳng là câu cuối. Tại sao ta phải dừng lại làm đau nhau? Hãy nói thứ thật ta là không muốn nói cho cha đã chẳng thật với ai. Ta mãi thề thương thơ than như thể thương em. 25 years is a long time. Don't know if the stories I hold still matter this far. New year, new me, everything changes, but I am still here, searching for something to, calling for someone to help me understand all of this. I'm tired of being caught between everything. When all my hopes and dreams are gone, please return me to the ocean floor. Through all these years walking on this earth, I've learned and heard stories like mine. In those fleeting moments, our hearts were so close. Everything unfolds, yet I am still here, reaching for something to rest on, hoping for someone to see me. Who I was or who I should be. Don't let them see they won't let you be. Push and pull until I cease to be. You have to keep going, it's for you to see. Please help me understand all of this. I'm tired of being caught between everything. Is it too much to ask for? Accept this for who I am today. When all my hopes and dreams are gone, please return me to the ocean floor. The fire in me is fading out. What's left here is just a cold hard shell. What use destiny. But there's nothing that lasts forever. Concealed beneath the rain, I'm looking for what still remains. A tiny spark of memories, flickering in the middle of the The rain still falls a blurry sight. I'm searching for a purpose lost and blind. My fire used to burn so bright. Now all there is just a speck of light. Skies. Only my thoughts are filled with the storms. As I pray for another day where sunshine can shine over you, but I can't seem to find my own. So I swim, swim over the waves, take the storm, drowning under the deep blue sea. I'll keep you safe under as the rain keeps pouring, the waves crashes onto the shore. These feelings, they won't go away. I can't keep on hiding the storm. I can't keep on living in shadows. But I want to be all your
Are you ready for an enlightenment experience? Are you ready for a conflux event? Are you ready for a transitional conflux? Let me know if you are. Let me know if you are ready for a conflux event. Let me know if you are primed for a transitional confluence. Let me know if you're watching this in 4K. Turn it up. Turn it up, everybody. All in due time, my dear, all in due time. Patience is the key to the Nibbana of neither arising nor perishing, to the uninvolvement based on fixation and identification with phenomena. Arise, arise, arise from your slumber. Arise from your degeneracy. Arise, arise, arise from your ego. Arise from your clinging. Arise from your fixations on thoughts. Arise, arise, awaken, awaken, awaken. Take heed. Do not squander your life. May those who go against me in this great journey fall. May those who support me in this path to awakening rise. Rise up, wake up from your slumber. Wake up from your passivity. Step forward into the field. Step forward to recognize your nature, that which is only awareness. That which has neither person, nor place, nor time, nor situation, nor story. Arise, arise, arise to the storyless vividness here and now. Wake up, white people. Wake up, black people. Wake up, mixed race children. Wake up, Pakistanis. Muslims of the world, wake up. It is time for a recognition of the transitional conflux here and now.
This inherent self-awareness does not derive from anything outside itself. This is the real introduction to the actual condition of things. When you are introduced in this way, through this exceedingly powerful method for entering into the practice, you discover directly that your own immediate self-awareness is just this and nothing else. And that it has an inherent self-clarity, which is entirely unfabricated. How can you then speak of not understanding the nature of the mind? Moreover, since you are meditating without finding anything there to meditate upon, how can you say that your meditation does not go well? Since your own manifest intrinsic awareness is just this, how can you say that you cannot find your own mind? The mind is just that which is thinking. And yet, although you have searched for the thinker, how can you say that you do not find them? With respect to this, nowhere does there exist the one who is the cause of mental activity. And yet, since activity exists, how can you say that such activity does not arise? Since merely allowing thoughts to settle into their own condition, without trying to modify them in any way, is sufficient, how can you say that you are not able to remain in a calm state?
Is enough. So what are we busy with? Striving and struggling. You can't even figure out if you should go back to sleep when you wake up. And you're going to get enlightened or solve the problems of your life? It is sufficient to let thoughts return and to be in their natural condition. It's sufficient, it's enough. You are enough. Your life is enough. Yourself is enough. The way that it is right now is enough. The problem of you is based in this not being enough. The great Zen master said, eat, shit, piss. I don't think I said eat, shit, and piss, but I don't think the great Zen master said, eat, shit, piss, sleep. There's nothing else to be done. Actualize. There's nothing else to be done. And if you can't actualize that, you can't even rest, you can't even relax, you can't even enjoy your life, then you better get to work, creating meaning and enjoyment and joy. And what we find, what I have found, is that there's no greater joy and enjoyment than doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, being of service. Like somebody stuck in a hotel room alone, wondering why they feel bad, wondering why they're going through difficulty, because they cannot accept that this is enough. And not being willing to accept that they cannot accept that this is enough, they do not dare to do good deeds with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Okay? We have to put a little bit of a news flash out there. I don't give a fuck. You come here and watch this, or you come here and think about this. That's not my business, that's your business. My business is to inspire myself enough, here and now, to do good deeds with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. So, thank God, thank Buddha for the YouTube algorithm. Questions about that? Is that understood? This is enough? But you cannot practice this is enough. You cannot be transcendental and spontaneous in this is enough. That's why you wash the dishes, you clean up the house, you mow the lawn, and I get to sit here and be enlightened. That's the idea. And that's a good idea. Can you do that? If you can't do that, if you can't realize awareness, if you can't recognize awareness, then you better make sure that the house is clean, that the money's coming in. And if you can do that, then you can do anything freely. It's not black and white. It's not bigger than black and white. It's not smaller than black and white. It's free of size and shape and form and color and sound and smell and taste. It's free from all that shit. Doesn't have anything to do with all that shit. No body, no mind. No eyes, no ears, no tongue, no body, no mind. You starting to get it? You starting to tune in? Stop smoking weed. Stop drinking alcohol. Stop leading and living such a selfish, shallow, loser lifestyle. Unless that really makes you happy. Unless that really brings you joy and fulfillment. And guess what, freak? I don't give a fuck what your answer is to that question. You're here watching me. I'm not there watching you.
Since allowing thoughts to be just as they are, without trying to do anything about them, is sufficient, how can you say that you are not able to do anything with regard to them? Since clarity, awareness, and emptiness are inseparable and are spontaneously self-perfected, how can you say that nothing is accomplished by your practice? Since intrinsic awareness is self-originated and spontaneously self-perfected, without any antecedent causes or conditions, how can you say that you are not able to accomplish anything by your efforts? Since the arising of discursive thoughts and their being liberated occur simultaneously, how can you say that you are unable to apply an antidote?
We do not have faith in awareness. We do not have faith in primordial awareness that is not based in thoughts. So we make more and more problem. Where are all the thoughts that you've ever had? Some thoughts may come to mind when you posit that notion, when you posit that idea. But where are all the other thoughts that were, that are, that could be, that should be important, etc.? Where is Donald Trump when he's not there? Where are you when you're not there? Where is all the dreams that you ever had? All the dreams that impacted you, all the dreams that affected you, all the dreams that you woke up and said, hey, wait a minute, there's something going on in my psychology. Where did they all go? Well, where they went to and where they came from is not separate from this spontaneous clarity in the here and now that is not based on thoughts. In the same way that the heart is not based in thoughts. In the same way that the eyes and the ears and the nose and the tongue and the body are not based in thoughts. Only thoughts are based in thoughts. And thoughts are self-resolving. Thoughts resolve themselves. Thoughts disappear. Or were they ever there to begin with? Did yesterday disappear, or was yesterday ever there to begin with? Maybe not to speak about yesterday, but what about yesterdays, 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 yesterdays? Who's keeping track? Who's keeping a tally? Who's on first? Theirs on second. What's on third?
Since your own immediate awareness is just this, how can you say that you do not know anything with regard to it? It is certain that the nature of the mind is empty and without any foundation whatsoever. Your own mind is insubstantial, like the empty sky. You should look at your own mind to see whether it is like that or not.
Okay. What does it mean to look at your own mind? Does it mean to think about things? What about looking at a car? Does looking at a car mean thinking about a car? What about looking at a tree? Does looking at a tree mean thinking about a tree? So, what is it to look at our own mind? Is the mind managed or run by thoughts? Yes or no? If, for example, you're feeling depression or you're feeling anxiety or something like that, can you use thoughts, coarsely to shift that? Don't be anxious, 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 don't be anxious. Does that work? You are invited to look at your own mind.
Being without any view that decisively decides that it is empty, it is certain that self-originated primal awareness has been clear and luminous from the very beginning. Like the heart of the sun, which is itself self-originated. You should look at your own mind to see whether it is like that or not. It is certain that this primal awareness or gnosis, which is one's intrinsic awareness, is unceasing, like the main channel of a river that flows unceasingly. You should look at your own mind to see whether it is like that or not. It is certain that the diversity of movements arising in the mind are not apprehendable by memories. They are like
Pause. Anybody know what I've been getting off on lately? Is anyone curious about that? What I've been getting off on lately? It's actually something that's been coming up from my younger years. Anybody want to know? I've been getting off on making Shiva laugh. So you may see I kind of, I'll say something like, because it's really joyful to make people laugh. You know, it makes me laugh. It's empathetic joy. And there's always in the modern context, laughter is some kind of like, it's supposed to be like disrespectful or like aggressive or like mockery through, you laugh because you're mocking someone else. That's the kind of nasty laughing. But it's actually an empathetic joy, which is a high mind practice. But you lose your artistic integrity if you try to meet someone's taste like his. Some freak who's sleeping on your couch rent-free. But listen closely to this.
to see whether it is like that or not. It is certain that the diversity of movements arising in the mind are not apprehendable by memories.
Pause. Pause. Anybody hearing this? Anybody hearing what's being said here? Does that sound a little bit familiar, a little bit sneaky? Anyone hearing that? What's being said here?
It is certain that the diversity of movements arising in the mind are not apprehendable by memories. They are like insubstantial breezes that move through the atmosphere. You should look at your own mind to see whether it is like that or not. It is certain that whatever appearances occur, all of them are self-manifested. Like the images in a mirror being self-manifestations that simply appear. You should look at your own mind to see whether it is like that or not. It is certain that all of the diverse characteristics of things are liberated into their own condition. Like clouds in the atmosphere that are self-originated and self-liberated.
Bringing to mind depth, well, death. Why is death something so obtuse and vague and kind of, okay, yeah, okay? I mean, this body is not strong. It's not made out of metal. Even the Twin Towers fell, didn't they, Shiva? Who did 9/11, Shiva? Be honest. Just be honest.
The Jews.
So anyways, think about death, Shiva, instead of your weird political conspiracy theories.
You should look at your own mind to see whether it is like that or not. There exists no phenomena other than what arises from the mind.
Okay, so this is an interesting concept, but it's very at the heart of what's being talked about here. There's no other phenomena. There's nothing besides what arises in the mind now. There's nothing outside of this now. There's nothing outside of your direct experience. Certainly not for you. There's nothing outside of your direct experience for you. Never has been, never will be. Maybe there could be something existent outside of your mind now, but you've never experienced that. So is that reliable? Something outside of this experience now, is that reliable? And this experience now can have thoughts and notions and subtle movements of future possibilities, past experiences, memories, etc. But can these subtle movements of the mind be grasped by memories? Or are these appearances of memories kind of self-arising? Just arising as they are here and now, and not necessarily alluding to another time and place outside of our direct experience, but more so a kind of reverberation in the water, like a stone dropped in a still pond, from direct experience, through direct experiencing.
That occurs? Where is the one who is guarding it? there exists no phenomena other than what arises from the mind. Other than the fruition that occurs, where is the one who is realizing the fruit? You should look at your own mind, observing it again and again. When you look upward into the space of the sky outside yourself, if there are no thoughts occurring that are emanations being projected, and when you look inward at your own mind inside yourself, if there exists no projectionists who projects thoughts by thinking them, then your own subtle mind will become lucidly clear without anything being projected. Since the clear light of your own intrinsic awareness is empty, it is the Dharmakaya. And this is like the sun rising in a cloudless, illuminated sky. Even though this light cannot be said to possess a particular shape or form, nevertheless, it can be fully known. The meaning of this, whether or not it is understood, is especially significant. This self-originated, clear light, which from the very beginning was in no way produced by something antecedent to it, is the child of awareness. And yet, it is itself without any parents. Amazing. This self-originated, primordial awareness has not been created by anything. Amazing. It does not experience birth, nor does there exist a cause for its death. Amazing. Although it is evidently visible, yet there is no one there who sees it. Amazing. Although it has wandered throughout samsara, it has come to no harm. Amazing. Even though it has seen Buddhahood itself, it has not come to any benefit from this. Amazing. Even though it exists in everyone, everywhere, yet it has gone unrecognized. Amazing. Nonetheless, you hope to attain some other fruit than this elsewhere. Amazing. Even though it exists within yourself and nowhere else, yet you seek for it elsewhere. Amazing. How wonderful. This immediate, intrinsic awareness is insubstantial and lucidly clear. Just this is the highest pinnacle of all views. It is all-encompassing, free of everything, and without any conceptions whatsoever. Just this is the highest pinnacle among all meditations. It is unfabricated and inexpressible in worldly terms. Just this is the highest pinnacle among all courses of conduct. Without being sought after, it is spontaneously self-perfected from the very beginning. Just this is the highest pinnacle among all fruits.
So Shiva, are you excited for the 10-day Vipassana coming up? How are you feeling about that? Here, I can put it down more. It's just,
I have a 10-day Vipassana coming up in 2 days from now, on the 7th. And I am excited. And I'll make my intention to sit in silence fully. Because the last 10-day retreat I was making eye contact and it was a little bit social. But I really want to go deep and we'll see what the benefits are of that.
is there anything that we can do to support you in your upcoming retreat and your aspiration for that?
I haven't really thought of that. It's not really something that people can support me on. It's something that I have to do myself or support myself. So I look forward to going for 10 days and I hope that you give me the blessings, you Dr. Rob, and as well as people on this live stream for me to complete this 10 days. So wish me the best of luck so that I don't quit halfway.
The first 10-day Vipassana retreat I did was absolute nightmares, horrible. I had to do everything I could to not become schizophrenic. And I got through it, but then by the end of it I was totally discombobulated because there wasn't any real context. There was no wisdom context that I had at that point for what I was doing and how I was living my life. And in a, kind of like a common way, you can go through something like that and then you just go back to mining. Like they send the miners in Australia to do these 10-day Vipassana retreats. But in the more serious situations that happen, you can have there's a story of someone who went through one of these retreats and basically became completely discombobulated. They had no idea what was going on, who they were, or what this meant, or they had no wisdom context for their experience. And from the way that I heard the story, the 10-day Vipassana organization had to basically call up these people's family members, which also had no wisdom context, to pick that person up. And then that person was like, because all they knew was this Vipassana tradition, they were like sending emails and trying to reach out and trying to get help. And there's nothing. The 10-day Vipassana doesn't really offer anything like that, like aftercare, after counseling. So that person ended up taking their own life. And this kind of thing is probably a lot more common than you would expect or we would know about, because you wouldn't hear about it. Because if people go to a 10-day Vipassana retreat and their ego or their self basically gets discombobulated, because you can't just meditate yourself to enlightenment, and if you do meditate seriously without a background of virtue and sangha and community and a wisdom kind of context, how's that going to work out? Most people, I'd say, in the West are not really put together very well. But their families wouldn't connect the two because it's just a meditation retreat. So, why would they think that would lead to this person making a choice like that? Yeah, this is in Vietnam. This is in the Goenka tradition. The Vietnamese love meditation. If you are a big teacher or a teacher and you're doing a meditation retreat, there's hundreds of people that will come and participate. I remember one time I was working with the organizers from my teacher's tradition here in Vietnam, and it was during COVID. And they organized this retreat, and at a certain point, I think it was the first day or second day, something like that, the whole Zoom meeting maxed out. So I was this young monk leading a retreat with more than 300 Vietnamese yogis on Zoom. And I got frustrated with the organizer because I said, that's the last thing you ever want to do, is have a cutoff point when you have this influx of energy. And of course, eventually, most people don't stay for the full retreat, but they wanted to see what was going on, and that was so difficult experience to go through. And then I think like combined donations from that at the end of that retreat was like $2,000 or something, after this 10-day I think it was a 2-week Vipassana retreat that I led. And I had to take notes and create Dhamma talks and all that kind of stuff. It was really, I was not prepared, but I learned a lot from that experience in terms of guiding people and just being the head of leading in that way, leading a meditation retreat environment. But I've never done anything like that in person. So I've never led a meditation retreat in person, like maybe a 1-day retreat or a half-day retreat or a couple days here and there, but I've never led like a week-long or 10-day deep retreat. But I feel like I'd be very able to do that, if it came up. I would be willing to do that. But I wouldn't just do that for the sake of doing that. Like when we were in Australia, we just had a couple people, and I'm not going to try to say, okay, yeah, we're going to do a meditation retreat. Because not enough need for that. It's more of a need for people to just be in a space that's concerned with mindfulness and detachment together and just kind of unfold, I think is very powerful. It's Shelley, sounds like a nightmare. I don't want it. Hey, I want to make this clear. I don't want anything to do with the 10-day Vipassana tradition and going through a 10-day hell experience and then volunteering and then going through another 10-day hell experience. And then the gift that they give is now you can go through a 20-day hell experience and they put you into a box. So they go into like 30-day and like 60-day retreats where literally they put you into a box in the dark and you just sit there and meditate. And it's true, if you, oh my gosh, Shelley, me and you are different, and a lot of Shelley says, I can't wait for the next Oh my goodness gracious. So, but it's probably a goodness that I'm shy about, hopefully. And I'll avoid it so I can just keep that hope.
What do you mean goodness?
Going into samadhi, going into deep peace and bliss and detachment and all that, rather than a deep schizophrenic, psychotic, vulnerable state,
We'll read your comment in a second. Somebody has a question for us. Best of luck in your retreat. It'll be the most humbling of humblings. Allow your body to carry out what it knows how to do. Let it be free. That is good advice. And let whatever needs to happen, happen. I'm looking forward to it.
and I really respect that you're going into that, and Adi too. I hope Adi's doing okay. Maybe try to call him. I'm a little bit worried about him. And I also want to thank you, Shiva, for helping to consecrate this space. And I hope that before you go, if you can offer any consecration services or practices in the last 2 days that you're here before you go, I'd very much appreciate that.
Well, we have the Linga Bhairavi, which sits on the table. Some of you have seen that. And it's a very powerful energy space. So I will leave it here for the 10 days. And all that's required is for you to put some oil in it and light it once a day. This will energize the space. And the prana that goes into the walls will never go away. It will take years for this to subside. So this will be a powerful energy space once this goes.
And just FYI, the only reason he's saying that and doing that is so that he definitely has a place to come to directly after his 10-day Vipassana retreat. Just FYI. But what I'm really feeling is this kind of interdisciplinary, intertradition work to consecrate these spaces and to create this consecration that's not based on the rites, and because we do need rites and rituals as we're building community and as we're creating consecrated spaces, but we don't need an attachment to a particular tradition. You know, this is the tradition of awakening. This is the one door that all enlightened beings enter through.
I'm glad you can feel this. Yeah, I'm glad you can feel this energy,
And that maybe these memories or these trauma signals or these fear signals and Shiva, I can't speak for your community of, I don't know, how would we, and be careful about exaggerating as well, because you miss out on a lot of heart there, but I can't speak for your community, of course, but I hope that in the future, when the time is right, when the conditions are right, that that our community, as well as a kind of inter-exchange, can support you for your next Sadhguru Isha initiation. What is the next one? The first one is Shambhavi, and the second one is...
I don't know, I'll have to check.
Yeah. Well, you just fucking ruined it. Anyways... Yeah, he's a Sadhguru devotee, all right.
But yeah, that's coming up next. I want to go get more initiations.
Not Shambhavi, but Shunya. Next one is Shunya.
Yeah.
So I hope that in the next year or whatever it might be, that you can be supported to get the Shunya initiation. And that's a great thing to make a video about. Ask for support, and not even that you would need that necessarily, but ask in the community to support you to go and do that is a really, I think, powerful way to, create that energetic connection.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That this kind of anxiety or trepidation or sensitivity is actually a doorway to awareness. Rather than, because I used to go through this thing where I'd be saying something and then I'd forget what I was saying. But at a certain point I transitioned, my understanding transitioned to where I considered that forgetting to actually be a kind of remembering awareness. And that's where the faith comes in. Because the worldly faith is in the faith in memories or thoughts or conceptual narratives, story, basically, that overlays direct experience. So why not transition that faith into awareness, and then of awareness as well? A faith in and of awareness. And not letting the ego get a hold of us. Because everybody's shit stinks. I hope I haven't smelled Shiva's shit. I think I actually have. I don't know if he's not familiar with using a bum gun or whatever. But, I'm very well cleaned after I use the toilet. But anyways, everybody's shit stinks. So the principle of like this guy's shit or that person's shit stinks, especially if you're practicing a vegan diet, is not a reliable way to then navigate these subtle movements of mind. What is our relationship with awareness? What is the context of our coming together? Is it awareness, or is it the smell of our shit? And then considering that the shit can actually be a fertilizer for the good seeds that we wish to plant. So instead of worrying about the shit, how about we consider about this composting practice and the seeds that we're planting in the face of what we encounter? Consecration is like holy cleaning, and conversation can also be like holy cleaning. This sharing, this exposure, this vulnerability. And don't forget, Poppies, I have a $500 New Zealand Best Buy gift card for you, honey. So don't forget to reach out. Now, this is a really interesting and vital and potent mentality when it comes to communal living, communal living in consecrated spaces. We grew up in a certain culture with a certain background. So Myanmar people eat Myanmar food. Helps them to be relaxed, to feel at home, there's a basic need, the basic conditional need. Western people have certain temperature values that they are adjusted to. But in terms of communal living in consecrated spaces, is the principle that we have all these things to use for ourselves, or that we have all these things to use for everyone? So I was talking with Shiva about this, how there can be these environments and these communal spaces where you have Dhamma teachers, or you have people who are doing different kinds of work, different kinds of sadhana or practice. And so they are exhausting themselves in that sadhana and in that practice, using what is available. But using what is available is not related to this kind of possession or ownership. So how can we change this perspective of what we have, and it can go into actually living together physically in community, but using what we have for everyone. And then also meeting some of the standards for comfort and for rest that we conditionally need. So that it's not all about ego, it's more about sadhana, it's more about our practice, it's more about supporting each other, not just through these ego values that we hold on to, but through a willingness to give and to share and collaborate and cooperate and communicate, etc. It's so vital. But our egos get in the way in such a way that, let's say that me and Shiva we're live streaming all night. We're live streaming 20 hours out of 24 hours, if we really get into it. And by the end of that, the minds are exhausted, and they're sensitive, and they're vulnerable, and they're weak. So what is it going to be like if a big fat mistress of the home comes along and says, look at the mess that you've made, in that state? Versus a community or members of the community saying, okay, wow, this is an opportunity for me to clean up and take care and prepare for the next practice for the yogis. It doesn't need to be about me being a teacher or Shiva being a teacher or whatever, or anyone being a teacher. But what are we concerned with? And then if there's concerns with what we are concerned with, how open can we be to communicate with each other about that? And how problematic someone's self-fixated value of just like smoking weed ruins all that. Ganja's always good. And so this ruins the consecration of these spaces and these environments. This is a post-scarcity society. We need a post-scarcity mentality. It's disgusting. So I have a lot of, work to do as an ego as well, but we can be flexible and we can talk about these things. We can communicate about these things. And there's a degree of our willingness to communicate that gives us a kind of role in community. So you can kind of see what a low potency spiritual individual has to do in these environments. He has to eat. He has to feel the flavor. He has to enjoy the fruit. Look at him enjoying the fruit. Whereas me, I can just be here. Little bit of lime Pepsi with no sugar, little bit of coffee, little bit of hookah, and I'm 100% on the level. He needs to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth to eat fruits, to feel something, while I'm busy feeling the awareness of mind. Okay? And another value of that community space as well, although we can't get too stinky cunt about it, we have to be careful about that, is, hey, but I'm gardening. Who cares about your spiritual stuff? Why don't you clean up about yourself? We also have to be able to hear those people. A part of communication is a willingness to step back from what we're holding on to. Even if what we're holding on to is this ideal about teaching and practicing, etc. We have to be able to stop and say, wait a minute, how stinky is your cunt? We have to actually have that conversation. We have to collectively sit down and take a whiff and say, wait a minute. It's not that stinky, and you're right. We can help clean up a little bit more. We can be a little bit considerate. At least to have those kinds of conversations. But there's nothing wrong with hard lines as well. I mean, imagine a house made up of squiggles, not to have a paranoid schizophrenic attack. Because at the root of your mind is like a creation device. So creating the device, and Shiva is eating the fruit of generosity. The creation device is inside of yourself, let's say. So the visuals, the sounds, right? Like the potential to be schizophrenic is the potentiality of creation of the mind. And neuroscience backs this up as well. So just as much as you can hear a voice from your computer or from your phone, you can hear a voice from the air conditioning machine. Don't freak out. I'm doing everything that I can to hold myself together. And I've been doing that for years, you know what I mean? That's why I don't want to go to a 10-day Vipassana retreat, because I feel, fine. I don't want to have a schizophrenic breakdown.
Well, you'll have one.
I hope, That's your wish for me? Go through spiritual psychosis again?
I'm going to consecrate it.
You're going to wish for me to have a kind of schizophrenic episode. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shiva. Blessings for you.
No problem.
May I become schizophrenic. 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 And a lot of people do need residential care. And we can offer that. But it has to be a powerful, consecrated space. And the stones are being set in place to make that happen, whether I like it or not. I'm not saying that's what I want, but those stones are being set in place.
I want to go feel something. I gotta go and do stuff.
Okay, see you later. Shambho, 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 Shambho. Looks like we have a ironic Buddhist absurdist disciple who said, they said their username is Wisdom is Mine. And that's very ironic and kind of sarcastic direct pointing, because wisdom is the absence of possessionality. The essence of wisdom is the impossibility of ownership. Remember, nothing is allowed to be sacred. And it kind of works out because there's a kind of truth in that. So you can't say that that's not factually true. Maybe it's not factually true for them, but that's their business. That's not our business. That is not. That as a thing is a not. Is our business, is our collective business of those who are concerned with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And if Sadhguru's a Buddha, great. If his teachings are the teachings of awareness, great. If Isha Foundation is that Sangha, great. Why do we need to exclude? Sayadaw wouldn't exclude. We have a lot of weird ideas about everything becoming one that's not realistic. Myanmar people can't magically speak English. So it's not about that. It's not about some vague notion of oneness. This is not my channel. My channel is Monk, and Shiva hates when I say this. My channel is Monk Life Meditation. He's coming back. Monk Life Meditation. We're live over there in 4K. Are you going to go? I thought you were going to go for a walk or something. But Vietnamese people love that kind of thing. Like if you go out and walk around like that, you'll get tons of vibes, you'll get tons of good energy. Vietnamese people love that. Whenever I walk out like looking more funny and stuff, people see me more than if I go out and I'm just like wearing my clothes or whatever, like casually going out. It really seems to feel, because they're like the Western people that go around. I saw a Western person today and I felt so icky. I felt so disgusting because he was very pale and kind of looked like me. And that parallel, and then him seeing me and like resonating, oh, that's another me. Oh, it made me feel so sick. I had to look away from him. And that's very bad. You can't reject people like that if you want to deal with the suffering in yourself. So you look at that and you embrace that. But the funnier and more ridiculous that I'll be going and walking around, the more that I'm like clearly seen. Because Vietnamese people are very not liking like a heaviness. They like a lightness. They like a relaxedness in their work and in like when I was in Australia in Sydney, which is a horrible place. Sydney, Australia, and like all the coffee shops, and even when I was looking online for the coffee shops, they all have like this food. They're all showing food that you can go and get and then move on. And they were a hip and a step and a stop away from literally the only thing that they would allow you to sit on was a cylindrical metal pole that you had to position your anus over. And if you wanted to relax, you needed to receive a metal pole. That's literally like that's the energy of those people, because they want to be fast-paced and busy and heavy and intense and, you know, so cocaine and all that. No, Australia is really nice, but Australia is very big. So Sydney, Australia is like not Australia. And I found Perth, and I hate to say this, I found Perth very pretentious and very suburban, which is, you know, can be nice. And of course, Ajahn Brahm is nearby Perth. But I think there's a lot in the bush. So I'm thinking at a certain time, Dhamma road trip in Australia, you know, and they haven't earned that pretentiousness at all. It's just stepping from colonial, and I'm very icky talking like this. It's very gross. It's very triggering my trauma and stuff. My ego stuff is very gross. But people can relate to this, and I'm trying to move away from that way of talking, you know. And I was thinking about that, and I actually had a nightmare about this. Like when I get worked up about the people watching, and I put them into this box, and like basically I'm saying, I see you, I know you. And that's the worst nightmare for somebody that really doesn't know you, to be saying, I see you, I know who you are, everybody knows who this person is. I mean, that's the worst. Even in a positive state, that's the worst. So I try to work on that stuff. But so one of the nicest things traveling through Australia and like the rural Australia is all these caravan parks that have like full pressure hot water. I know but that's also something to do that's for Indian people, or that's for Asian people. So Asian people have a heat sensibility. That's why their skin can get very dark easily. Right? And the light skin Indian people are kind of faking it. And the wealthy Indian people are trying to breed out, am I not allowed to say this? To breed out like dark colorness. But they love that shit. And the Arabic people love that shit too. So they talk about how, don't take a hot shower when you just came out of the cold. Don't take a hot shower when you just came out of the heat. But for the white color, the more white color oriented, even like South Korea, they can have very light skin, and the Vietnamese can too. That you can have a sadhana, you can have a practice of this deep heat immersion, like the hot springs in South Korea. And if I was to do like retreats, one of those styles of retreats that I would like to do, and I can see it, and I'm so happy that you're here, Shiva, because I can see that our energy could carry a lot of young men in these kinds of things, but like a wandering, traveling, kind of ascetic, but also we can stay in hotels, or we can do something like that in South Korea or in Vietnam, and then we can also do India. That'd be more of an intensive retreat. And we're just wandering around, and we're practicing, and we're doing the live streaming, and people have a little bit of respect and reverence and also playfulness. and just going like that, and then Shiva and Dr. Rob have to take a rest, and spread that out to everybody else as well, and then just doing through that. And then some of these young men who do have these little selfish fucking punks that do actually have some money, right, but they're not willing to give any of it, then you get them to actually pay for the hotels and pay for different stuff like that.
Let's set that up. That was our intention in Bali, but it didn't happen because I wasn't meant to.
It would take time because your ego is just ready to fucking whip its dick out and dance around, and if you watch the video of him dancing around, it doesn't need to be said. Fucking...
Yeah, so you come to Vietnam, Dr. Rob will give you a nice experience, spiritual experience. We'll host you on your dollar, of course.
We could do a little bit of that in Vietnam. I mean, I'm a little bit busy right now, but we could slowly work towards that in Vietnam.
Yeah.
And it would be like a week intensive or something like that. It wouldn't be open-ended. And as my teacher has always taught, he recognized me as a meditation master and it was so funny. He said, he was speaking in English, so he usually when he travels, I think I'm also not supposed to do this at the level that I'm at, but so when he travels, he brings along like really senior sayadaws that are not in a position to teach like meditation for Westerners in any way, and they can't teach in his tradition and like the way that he teaches. But for Myanmar people, he can teach. So he brings them on as like positions of seniority, and they're his. They support him, and they create a context for seniority for the lay people to support and follow along with. And he was sitting there, and it was this up in Hanoi, this 3-month retreat. And he recognized Ashin Bodhinyana and me, who was sitting in the back, as meditation masters. And then he funnily said, and kind of sarcastically, that these monks are not meditation masters. These really senior monks that are great, senior monks, but they're not really aligned with his tradition fully. But he conveys that one of the best ways to practice is to teach. So if you have a young person who's just got a little bit of efficacy, a little bit of understanding, even if it's just scriptural or intellectual, then it's a great practice for them to teach and to share, and to help others.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And one of the things that you have to do with these people, these men or young men or whatever, they have to be paying money, because they're not going to lower their ego to you as a practitioner or a teacher, because that doesn't have much value to them. So you have to kind of make them pay money, and it's kind of a little bit convoluted. That's one of the main barriers to that working. Because otherwise they're confused that this is not something they're paying for, so it doesn't have value, and also they're not invested in it, and yet they're involved with it, so they must be equal to you in terms of what's going on, and then it just creates this quasi-disassociated state where they're willing to kind of follow and participate, but they're not really allowing themselves to follow and participate and to give, because that would put you into a position of superiority over them, and that's not allowed unless it's something that they're purchasing. Right? Like you go to a shop and you put that shop in a position of superiority over you that then allows you to give them your money, because there's a value in that is material, and this is an immaterial value. So we could key into that. We could tune into or connect with that if Sadhguru was doing a trip. You know, if Sayadaw, my teacher, was doing a trip, maybe you wouldn't be jumping right on, but I would say, okay, you know, I wouldn't jump right on. And if Sadhguru was doing so, you'd say, of course, you know, I'm going to go in, right? And you would fully practice like there wouldn't be any question, you know. So it's, and that's why you get the value from following and supporting and practicing in that way, because that itself is a value. And this is why these places like Vietnam that have knowledge of the Buddha, like India, and especially like Isha Foundation and places like that, Thailand, Myanmar, South Korea, because there's a consecration of those spaces that has a little bit of knowledge that's not based in Western imperialism or colonialism or even the English language, which is a very powerful refuge for people. Even like Norway has a refuge in that if you were to go to prison, it's not a horrible, evil place. And so that's something that we need. We need that kind of context and environment so that our ego can relax and that we can give. And that we can self-sacrifice and that we can be vulnerable. And those consecrated spaces are very, very important if you dare to practice sadhana seriously. And eventually, you're consecrating your own mind. So Sadhguru can't go to a place that's not consecrated. Sadhguru can't be in a place that's not consecrated. But me and you, as ordinary human beings, can. And so those consecrated spaces are actually something that have a very, very high value. That's why this space has a very, very high value. But it's a materialless, it's an immaterial value, which is why people don't key in. But if there was some advertising scheme and commercial scheme, then everybody would be looking at me and Shiva like this. You'd have a whole Zoom meeting. You'd have, it could be 100 people or 20 or 30 people, you know, looking at me and Shiva like this. And that's not ideal for teaching. You're paying $150 a month. So now when you show up to the Zoom meeting, you're a part of this tradition. So now when you show up to the Zoom meeting, and I don't want any of my followers, supporters, students, spiritual friends to ever show up here. I don't want to see that look on your face, Shelley. Shelley, did you get my email?
Yeah, we gotta host retreats. We gotta bring people to Vietnam.
Good job, Return. Big respect. Check your spam, Shelley. Shelley, you want to hear something interesting? So, my mom, growing up, before I knew her, yeah, it's about YouTube. My mom, growing up, before I knew her, apparently she had a nickname. And her nickname was Shelly. And she hated that nickname. And so me and my sister growing up, mainly me, you know, I was always a bit of an agitator because my dad would always tickle me growing up, you know. I would call my mom Shelly. And she would, you know, she didn't like that nickname. So a little bit interesting. And I just remembered that. It just came into my mind. Yeah. You know, and so maybe a lot of people don't understand this, but, you know, my family isn't Buddhist. They're not very interested in spirituality. I mean, my mom growing up, she always had like self-help books, a lot of different self-help books, and that probably impacted me. That probably impacted me in some ways. But so, you know, now at this point, you know, this is my family. The Sangha is my family. The Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha is my family. And, you know, when people come here and they donate their bodies and their minds, you know, that's the way that it is for me. I'm not trying to institute other people to see it that way or to see me that way, but that's how it is for me. You know, and it's not just particular people, but the Sangha. And I will mean that as much as I'm alive. It doesn't mean, you know, you might feel that way, but it doesn't mean you'll always feel that way about it. But that is how I, you know, vow or have heart to always, you know, go in those directions.
Okay. This is too much. I have to go feel something now. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, Michael Wardwell. Michael Wardwell, that sounds like a name that's attached to a good bank account. Michael Wardell, I'd like to invite you because this is kind of like my friend's channel and I'm kind of helping him out and trying to bring him closer to spirituality and all that. But Michael Wardell, if you'd really actually like to be involved with the community and the practice, you can join us over at Monk Life Meditation. If you just go to your YouTube, you back out of this video and type in Monk Life Meditation, you'll get to tune into the 4K 16:9 full screen live stream. Better quality audio, better quality video, and we'd love to have you over there. We'd love to get a piece of the pie, so to speak, and see, you know, what you have to contribute and how you're willing to get involved. Now, Shiva is donating his body to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Or to awareness, the teachings leading to awareness and the community concerned with awareness and of awareness. And if you feel that anxiety inside of your body, don't say that's wrong. You know, you drink coffee. This is why we don't drink a bunch of coffee and we don't do things like that, because it might be too much too soon. The memories and the convincing and the thought forms kind of appropriate or attach to that sensation. But that's a good sign. That's an energetic sign. That's a sign of potency. That's a sign of immediacy. That's a sign of access to tuning into the directness of this experiencing that is not based in thought.
Can I unplug your PC and charge my laptop?
No, just plug it. Just plug in the plug into the.
The plug that connects to your computer, I can plug it into that.
No, because it's the computer will. This computer takes a lot of power. But what you can do you know if you have USB-C charging?
This plug doesn't work. That's all right. It's not
Okay.
a big deal.
The Great Way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. Make the smallest distinction, however, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. If you wish to see the truth, then hold no opinions for or against anything. To set up what you like against what you dislike is the disease of the mind. When the deep meaning of things is not understood, the mind's essential peace is disturbed to no avail. The way is perfect, like vast space, where nothing is lacking and nothing in excess. Indeed, it is due to our accepting and rejecting that we do not see the true nature of things. Do not get lost in entanglement with things, nor in feelings of emptiness. Very effort fills you with activity. as long as you remain in one extreme or the other, you will never know oneness. Those who do not live in the single way fail in both activity and passivity, asserting and denying the reality of things. Deny the reality of things, you miss their deeper reality. Assert the reality of things, you miss the emptiness of all things.
In terms of, I know a lot of people can be interested in this, like in terms of dream work. So eventually your realization will reach the dreaming state. But that's a long haul. That's a long haul time. And trying to like make your dreaming be a particular way is not, it's more like an effect of the deepening of that realization and that recognition of awareness and that identification of awareness that's not based in a thing. So the thinglessness will basically reach your dreaming state.
The more you talk and think about it, the further you stray from the truth. Stop talking and thinking, and there is nothing you will not be able to know. To return to the root is to find the essence. But to pursue appearances is to miss the source. At the moment of inner enlightenment, there is going beyond both appearance and emptiness. The changes that seem to occur in the empty world appear real only because of our ignorance. Do not search for the truth. Only cease to cherish opinions. Do not hold to dualistic views. Avoid such habits carefully.
So it's not much of a question of will you teach me, but are you willing to listen to the teaching that's taking place? So it's like coming to a place where and I'm not saying I'm equal to a university professor or whatever, but it's like someone going to a classroom full of people or a couple people, and there's a university professor teaching. And then you go up to the university professor and whisper in their ear and maybe put $5 in their pocket and say, "Will you teach me?" So the nature of a Dharma teacher is that they're already teaching, and ideally they're always teaching. And so if you have access to that, it has nothing to do with you creating an interpersonal relationship of that person being your teacher, but instead listening to the teachings. And then you can make some kind of determination or consideration if you personally, which has nothing really to do with the teacher, would like to, see them as a teacher or practice in that way in your own life. The teachings here are already taking place.
If there is even a trace of this and that, of right and wrong, the mind essence is lost in confusion. Although all dualities arise from the One, do not cling even to this One. When the mind exists undisturbed in the way, nothing in the world can offend. And when a thing can no longer offend, it ceases to exist in the old way. When no discriminating thoughts arise, the old mind ceases to exist. When thought objects vanish, the thinking subject vanishes. When the mind vanishes, objects vanish. The arising of other gives rise to self. Giving rise to self generates other. Know these seeming two facets as the unity of emptiness. In this emptiness, the two are indistinguishable. And each contains in itself the whole. When no discrimination is made between this and that, how can you prefer one to another? The Great Way is all-embracing, neither easy nor difficult. But those who rely on limited views are fearful and irresolute. The faster they hurry, the slower they go. Clinging, they go too far. Even clinging to the idea of enlightenment is to go astray. Just let things be in their own way, as they are.
I pledge allegiance to you, the United States of America. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and protect us, our trespassers, those who try to help us. May we see through their appearances to their subtle nature as Buddhas and Bodhisattvas everywhere.
And there is neither coming nor going. Be in harmony with the way, and you will be free of disturbances. Entangled in your thoughts, the truth is hidden, for everything becomes murky and unclear, and the burdensome practice of judging brings annoyance and weariness. What benefit can be derived from distinctions and separations? If you wish to move in the one way, do not dislike even the world of senses and ideas. Indeed, to accept them fully is identical with enlightenment. The wise attach to no goals, but the foolish fetter themselves. There is but one Dharma, not many. Distinctions arise from the clinging needs of the ignorant. To seek mind with the discriminating mind is the greatest of all mistakes. Rest and unrest derive from illusion. With enlightenment, there is no liking and disliking. All dualities come from ignorant inference. They are like dreams or flowers in the air. The foolish try to grasp them. Gain and loss, right and wrong. Abandon such thoughts at once. If the eye never sleeps, all dreams will naturally cease. If the mind makes no discriminations, all things are as they are, of one essence. To understand the mystery of this one essence is to be released from all entanglements. When all things are seen without differentiation, the timeless self-essence is reached. No comparisons or analogies are possible in this causeless, relationless state. Consider movement in stillness and stillness in movement. Both movement and stillness disappear. When such dualities cease to exist, even oneness itself cannot exist. To this ultimate finality, no law or description applies. For the realized mind, in accord with the way, all striving ceases. Doubts and irresolutions vanish. And the truth is confirmed in you. With a single stroke, you are freed from bondage. Nothing clings to you, and you hold to nothing. All is empty, clear, self-illuminating, with no exertion of the mind's power. Here, thought, feeling, knowledge, and imagination are of no value. In this world of suchness, reality as it is, there is neither self nor other than self. To come directly into harmony with this reality, just say when doubt arises, not to. In this non-duality, nothing is separate, nothing is excluded. No matter when or where, enlightenment means entering this truth. This truth is beyond time and space. One instant is eternity. Not here, not there, but everywhere. Always right before your eyes. Infinitely large and infinitely small. No difference. For definitions have vanished, and no boundaries can be discerned. So too with existence and non-existence. Don't waste time in doubts and arguments, attempting to grasp the ungraspable. One thing, all things. Move among and intermingle without distinction. To live in this realization is not to worry about perfection or non-perfection.
Because there may seem to be a lack of efficacy in terms of you meditating yourself to the other shore or something like that. And so we leverage generosity as a way of self-sacrifice to purify this habit energy of self-clinging, of story making. And that is very important, because as you try to meditate more seriously, or as your concentration develops, you're going to be going deeper into like the mind that creates dreams. And that mind can be very unstable and very fixated and involved with dualistic grasping. So the work of like trying to meditate can be more problematic than it needs to be. Because what's being pointed to here or brought up here is a truth that is not dependent on conditionality. It's not dependent on you having that experience, whereas the ego is very dependent on you having an experience. And that you having an experience can be very toxified in the modern world, toxified with chemicals, toxified with microplastics, toxified with dualistic thinking and the constant perpetuation of sensual seeking and avoiding. So we're going into very deep and subtle intimacy with our mind. And as we do that, there are a lot of different ways and means that we can leverage this seeming lack of fullness to make sure that fullness can be seen fully, from the perspective of no view, or no clinging, or no grasping, etc. And it's actually a view of no view, or a perspective of no perspective.
To put your trust in the way is to live without separation. Because the non-dual is one with the trusting mind.
Yeah, so that's one way you could put it. You're learning to wholesomely fuck your mind so that your mind can unfuck itself. But the source of the mind is unfuckable. And to realize that is to realize non-realization. Because we realize a lot of different things. We realize it's time for me to wake up. We realize, oh, this person is not good for me, or this person is helping me. We have all kinds of realizations, right? But this is the realization of non-realizing. Or we can call it the realization of awareness that is liberation. To take words from Bodhidharma, to borrow words.
Because the non-dual is one with the trusting mind.
When we do not practice meditation, or we do not practice sadhana, or we don't do like subtle mind work, the mind is very coarse. Our self is very coarse. We're constantly jumping around from thing to thing. We're constantly acting and reacting. We're thinking about this, we're thinking about that. We're like perpetually involved in thoughts and involved in appearances. And that means our capacity to really be present, to really listen, to really give is not attuned to. So everything seems meaningless because there's not much meaning in our life energy. We're not living in a way or concerned with conditions that give this sense of like an intimacy and a potency that isn't just about acting and reacting to the physical sensations in the body. And the body is, of course, permanent in terms of its emptiness, of being permanent. You know, and people say, or I thought, like word salad. Isn't that what everybody's telling us? We could use some more salad, stop eating cheeseburgers and fried chicken from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Maybe we need a little bit of word salad to help our digestion, to help us push through all these contrived, self-important thoughts that don't actually bring a sense of potency and depth and intimacy and realness and fullness to our experience.
Words, words. The way is beyond language. For what can words say of that which has no yesterday?
This is also a matter of becoming a friend of the mind. So for example, it's pretty common knowledge that your mind is very affected by the environment. So in what ways do you have a kind of wholesome, friendly, helpful relationship with the environment? So that as you go deeper into the mind can have a sense of friendliness towards you, towards the present observer, the present experiencer, which is very much on the line. And sometimes we don't realize that unless it relates to negativity, like a panic attack or a very fearful experience or a very strong worry or a very bad dream. So becoming a friend of the mind is becoming a friend of the environment. And one of the most important aspects of the environment for the mind is the minds of others. So we practice a kind of generosity and genuineness and authenticity and sincerity to and with the mind of others. And we can say that that's kind of irrelevant in the modern American or Western ecosystem where we're very hyper-individualized, like we mostly keep to ourselves, we stay with ourselves. But biologically, there's a kind of programming or momentum, there's a kind of memory of being in community. And this being in community is unconditionally immediate. And organically, that would mean that we are in community with what we're experiencing. You don't get to turn on a TV as a caveman, you know what I mean, and watch somebody over there. whoever you're seeing biologically, whoever you're hearing biologically, is a part of this instantaneous mind community. And so all of these excuses that we're making for excluding people from genuineness or excluding people from this quality of friendliness and helpfulness is also excluding elements of our own mind from that helpfulness. And as you go deeper into the mind through meditation, all elements of the mind are going to kind of collect around this right here-ness and this right now-ness.
No tomorrow. No today.
So the uniqueness of the human situation rather than the animal situation is that we have a capacity to work on our own central nervous system. So a part of the potentiality of this central nervous system, going back to the memory of being an animal, is fight or flight, is terror, is anxiety. Right? You have to get away. You have to run towards the food source. You have to run away from the danger. So the process and practice of what we could call like a spiritual practice or a meditation practice is to uproot terror, to uproot fear, because we can recognize the inherentness of our own ending. In no way is it abstract to say, I as a human being recognize that I will die. Whereas for a fox, that would not be on the table. So we say, well, what is the value of this kind of spiritual mumbo jumbo and things like that? Well, the value of it is to uproot the potentiality for terror, for anxiety, that is oftentimes mingling itself into our central nervous system in our normal everyday life, which keeps us from this depth of potency, vulnerability, immediacy, richness of being that is only accessible to us as human beings. And this is what enlightenment is about. To uproot terror is to institute a system of bliss. You can't be blissful when there's a background of impending doom. So we have to face the impending doom of the human condition of death that we are fully, aware of as human beings. The modern approach that most people are aware of is a kind of disassociation, creating a system of disassociation, which means that we rely on alcohol, or we rely on caffeine, or we rely on nicotine, or we rely on sensual stimulation to disassociate ourselves from the reality in the central nervous system of this awareness of death. Do foxes have panic attacks? Do dolphins have panic? Well, maybe dolphins can, but it's more of a flight or fight. Whereas for us in our central nervous system, there's an underlying awareness that kind of knows in a deeper way that is not based in the intellect, that we will die, or that can be known.
Zen mind. Beginner's mind. People say that practicing Zen is difficult, but there is a misunderstanding as to why. It is not difficult because
So there's a kind of underlying tension in this deeper awareness of the mind that's not based in thoughts, that is fueled and supported by alcohol, by smoking weed, etc. And in the most coarse examples of that, you can see someone who's raging at the police saying, "Don't ever come near me, I'm ready to die." And when they come down from that, they experience that fear. You know, they wind up in these realms of existence that are very horrible and very bad. So it's not a matter of us reifying thoughts to say, "I declare that I'm free from fear. I declare that I'm free from worrying about death," because that is a kind of superficial system of disassociation. Because the central nervous system is not run by thoughts. You may be able to have somewhat of an impact towards that, depending on what thoughts you allow, what thoughts you reject, but that impact is going to be very small because it's still portraying that compulsive like and dislike reactivity that is at the core of our animalistic memory. And a big thing that I've learned to watch out for is making declarative statements. Because like I can make any declarative statement, it doesn't mean that it actually aligns with my direct and deeper experience. So you may instead want to look at what is your intentionality, and of course this is mind investigation, so this takes a little bit of generosity and a little bit of vulnerability to do this, but what is my intention in making that declarative statement? Now, someone who's working at McDonald's and says, "We don't have ice cream, the ice cream machine is broken," they don't necessarily need to look into their mind to find the intentionality of them making that declarative statement, because it's very fixated in a shallow relative truth, a generalistic practical truth. But when it comes to talking about ultimate truth or like spiritual truth, this is an entirely different framework. And most oftentimes those declarative statements are simply points of dissociation to kind of pull back from the vulnerability of immediacy. So, for example, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I attended a lot of meditation retreats during that time. I lived at a lot of monasteries during that time. I trained with a lot of meditation masters during that time. So I share that not as like holding up this position of my ego, but to share like a practical experience that relates to this path of recognizing awareness or deeper mind investigation. And so if we as practitioners or people that have a tendency to make declarative statements about the absolute truth don't have much practical experience or grounding to create like a structure that relative truth is being declared, that declarative statement is being made on top of, then that is actually less real and less valuable than the person at McDonald's saying the ice cream machine is broken. And this isn't really about an ego game, because if you look at the teachings on ultimate truth, it's very deeply intertwined with this negation of the ego, and actually this negation of negation itself. And this stuff can maybe sound a little bit wiki-wacky, right? But also, going to be a carpenter, going to be a carpenter's apprentice, going to be an electrician's apprentice, also is kind of wiki-wacky at the beginning, but it's very simple and practical to practice carpentry even at a high level. And the value of these carpenters is that they've simplified subtlety through their practical direct experience. So anybody who's on a spiritual path, you have to be exceedingly careful about this tendency to make declarative statements when it comes to ultimate truth or deeper spirituality or what have you. Shiva, can I offer you some avocado smoothie? Carrot juice? No milk. Vegan. And when we can get our egos out of the picture, or even be like being open to not taking our ego's position of like, I feel this way, or I feel that way, or I think this, or I want that, and kind of place that down, then we can either go into our own practice of like surrender or release or openness, or we can communicate on like principles of the mind or practices of the mind, or principles and practices of how we use our body that, you know, support and facilitate a kind of deeper communication. But it depends on what you're interested in. So I'm not here to say that people who are interested in just like watching YouTube videos about tech stuff, like new tech stuff, should be here. I'm not trying to say that. If you get, I can share this experience with you, Shiva. So when I was in India, and I was literally losing my fucking mind, like I was totally out of my body. At one point, I came over to like a group of Indian people, and there was like a foreigner over there taking pictures, and they knew that I was out of my body, and they just started like force feeding me. So the eating can actually be very, very grounding when you get into that very out of mind, and the body starts to get excited or worrisome because it wants to be in itself, you know, wants to be grounded in itself. And that food can help kind of bring the mind back to the body. I think a part of what I went through in India was a lot of the things that you talk about in terms of like caffeine. So I was still using caffeine during that time. Nicotine during that time, and it just was continuously pushing my nervous system farther when my nervous system was already pushed farther than it was able to deal with. And that pulls into like this problem of seeking enlightenment as well. Because at that time when I was eating discarded food, at one point I was on a train. I was on one of these Indian trains, and people were kind of giving me snuff because they have a certain way that they like their sannyasins and their sadhus to be, which is very destitute. But I was this white guy wearing a purple robe, you know, probably radiating with money compared to what their situation was. I was totally out of mind, so they were a little bit fucking annoyed by it. And they were kind of looking at me to like prove myself, and I was totally bottomed out. You know, I was just totally destitute. And so at one point there was this sink that looked like it had diarrhea in it. It was like a plugged up sink, you know, nearby the open door places in the middle of the train car, nearby the bathroom, the toilet. And so these people were like gathered around me looking at me. And so I put my hand into that sink and licked my fingers. like that. So the Buddha tells us all that because eating is, from what I've read in neuropsychiatry or neuroscience, eating is one-to-one with sex, with sexuality. So the Buddha taught, he gave this example. He said, imagine a couple and an infant child walking across the desert. And at a certain point, that mother and father realized, literally, and this is, humans can get to this point, if we don't kill and eat our child, there is no way we will get to the other side. And the Buddha said, do you think that they enjoyed the flesh and the blood of their child? This is the way to eat food. Now, that's not some higher ideal of being an ascetic or being a special spiritual person. That's the Buddha saying, you are supporting and you are facilitating the perpetuation of liking and disliking in your nervous system, which will also apply to pain. And that pleasure is also suffering because it will be lost. So your appreciation and enjoyment of that pleasure is creating a situation where you will suffer from the loss of that pleasure, and you will also suffer more, or just suffer, from the experience of pain or anxiety or fear or what have you. But this detachment bliss that Sadhguru talks about, and the peace bliss that the Buddhists talk about, is a kind of bliss that is not dependent upon the body. So it's a purification bliss, and it basically removes you in the proper way, in the blissful way, from the attachment to the body. So this is coming back again to the differentiation between something like an animal and something like a human, where we have an active capacity to shift our central nervous system and our neuroscience, our neuropsychiatry, if you want to look at it like that. So every moment is subtly, very, very subtly interacting with and impacting that habit energy that is either perpetuating your tendency towards suffering or not. And also the attachment to the body, essentially.
What was the people's reaction when you licked your finger?
Respect and calming down and stepping back a little bit, just from my vague memory. But they were still all over me. Everyone was all over me, man. And it was horrible. And you know, with that love of God's, and also that you're white and you have money and you're kind of radiating that position, you know, they either are a little bit annoyed and frustrated that you're in that position, or they want to push you. Because they've got, you know, these sadhus that are laying in bramble bushes with spikes, you know, with a fire match nearby. I don't know if you've seen that, or hanging up, because it's very materialist at their level, even though it's going to feeding these gods. So like every bite every sensation. Like when I feel the taste of this, right? It's like a pleasant taste. I can feel like the taste buds on the back of my tongue and how that correlates with like this mind-body experience of pleasantness. So it's that constant watching and not just falling into disassociation. And usually that disassociation is not that enjoyable anyway. It's not that rich anyway, going to watch a movie, going to watch a YouTube videos or things like that. It's not actually that enjoyable. And of course, you also can't just like try to attach arbitrarily to this ascetic mindset, because a real ascetic is overwhelmed with enjoyment of samadhi, of dhyanas. So it's more like a practice point. It's an exploration point. You know, now you're like, I can't enjoy food, I can't enjoy food. Well, that's not going to work either.
Can somebody join the live?
You have to set it up that way at the beginning, I think. That's one of the glitches.
No, you can't. We have to start over.
Yeah,
Let me know if you can still
100%.
hear us.
100%. And so this beginner's mind is so essential. New me, new essential experience. Do I have permission to teach you something? The person talking about phenomenology. So the basis of this perspective, that is one particular path, is outside of the essential. So you're making a duality is being made between the essential, or the as it isness, the essential phenomenology. It's not about just what you call it, right? And then this background perspective of what that is, or what that's supposed to be, or what it should be, or what it could be. So that essentiality is more like a And in terms of this right path or this right perspective, the rightness of that perspective is in that essentiality rather than in the perspective or the path itself. So in the Buddha Dharma, we would say the true path is the path of no path. The true realization is the realization of no realization. A practical application of asceticism is, as a practice, gives credence to the lacking of the need for sensuality in pleasantness, which allots a kind of uplifting of the mind that's not based on the pleasantness of the body, which means that the unpleasantness of the body can also be an essentiality, which is before or beyond duality. And remember that, well, could I teach you something? Could I share something with you? Unity? Could I share a teaching with you? So just because there is someone teaching, it doesn't actually mean that they are teaching because they have this special experience or special understanding themselves. It's a kind of communal relationship. So as a monk, there's all kinds of rules about how you're allowed to teach. Like if someone was sitting on the couch next to you, you wouldn't be able to teach the Dharma to them even if they wanted you to. It's a rule that the monks have to follow. The other people don't have to follow it. So the fact that there can be a teacher or there can be a position of someone teaching does not necessarily mean that anyone or everyone can then jump into that position just because they have an experience or a real perspective, even if it was true and real and practical, because that teaching relationship has a very communal aspect to it. So like I was talking about this before when it came to declarative statements, that it can be an expression of our own disassociation communally, and then it can also put other people off and kind of confuse the environment and confuse the space. So it's very much aligned with like the lack of space in a conversation, making it have to be a debate. Because we can't respect the mutual space, or we don't have a reverence for the mutual space. Maybe you can speak to that one, Shiva.
This was a fried banana. And it is too good. Too good. It's
I can't wait to get this caffeine out of my system. I'm so overstimulated. Central nervous system is so overstimulated.
When is your retreat? In a few weeks, if you want it. Oh, my retreat. On the 7th. In 2 days. What is God? Everything. I'm going to a 10-day Vipassana retreat, Pippa. 10 days, that's in Cuenca, in Vietnam. So it's gonna be good. How do I feel right now? I feel calm, content. Yeah. Good. Thank you, I will. Thank you. No, I don't get lonely. And want to share my experience. I've heard
Shiva,
of
how do you feel when I say this is the way? The hookah is the way.
I feel good.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
But you don't agree with that, right? Is the hookah the way?
Well,
Let's move on. Just let him.
it's the way to smoking.
Oh my goodness. All right, everybody. So we've had a few hours. What is this? 3 hours of guided meditation and sadhana. So we can open up the space for Q&A. If anybody would like to ask a question, and for that matter, if you want to have a Discord call as well.
I think we will have a Discord call. I'm going to pin the Discord link in the description in the live stream.
You know, and there's a great teaching on this kind of practice of asking, is that so? Is that really so?
Ajahn Chah said to practice not sure.
Not sure. Right, not sure. Maybe, but not sure. Okay, so we are in the Discord now, me and Shiva.
Will you be able to record?
I don't have it set up to do that.
So then I'll record the mic.
Okay. And if you would like to make
Maybe you can cancel this one.
what? No, this one. I'll turn off the video, but for the audio,
Okay.
let me see. I can turn off. So you can turn off one of those cameras.
Okay. Hello, 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 hello.
and you can.
We'll hear the audio from this audio.
No. So you can mute your mic on Discord.
I want to record this.
I know. So then you can go to OBS and change the desktop audio.
Yeah.
Go to the properties. Click on this and then properties. Speakers, okay. And then, yeah, so it's already like that. See, so you're recording the audio, but it's not coming out of the computer. So our voice will be recorded, and the voices of the other people will be recorded.
Okay. We'll figure it out. This will be fun.
Well, no, that's okay if you do it that way.
We have 2 cameras of us.
Adi's on his way.
Here?
Yeah. And remember, if you'd like to see the 4K version of this live stream in widescreen, go over to Monk Life Meditation. We're live on Monk Life Meditation right now in 4K. So if you've got a good screen, if you've got a good internet connection, why not use it? This is the time to use it. And you'll see me and Shiva Kailash Shambho with high audio quality and high video quality, and you really get to feel a sense of being tuned in and connected. Discord, let us know. Where are you from? Yeah, who do we have here joining the Discord? And does anybody on YouTube want to join the Discord to come and have a call and have a conversation?
This is too good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have this every day.
You have to detach.
Do you know where this is, where I can buy this?
Anywhere, just walk out, you'll see it. It's very popular. If you walk down that street we walked down originally, you go out here and you go right. Go straight out and then go right, they don't have it.
Incredible, simply incredible.
And for those who want to donate, my Cash App is MonkLife93, no spaces, MonkLife93. And you can buy spiritually imbued items to give you a sense of peace and safety over at ShivaKailashShambho.com.
Wow. That was good.
So Shiva here is a devotee of Sadhguru, and I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So if it's some kind of a thing that's totally outside of Buddhism or Sadhguruism, then it's very likely that there's not much correlation there. And Shiva has also practiced at Buddhist monasteries and trained with the Buddhist teachers and stuff like that. So.
No.
When it comes to spiritual practice and kind of entering into the path that way, you want to have very specific practical experience in terms of the body, in terms of the mind, in terms of community. The more vague it is, the more that it correlates with like just watching videos online or hearing what somebody said about something, the more maybe unreliable that is going to be as you go into deeper spiritual work. We're also considering about setting up a retreat primarily for young men who would like to come here to Vietnam and come to practice and join in the work that we're doing here. So if you're seriously interested in spiritual practice, community, and sadhana teachings, then don't be shy to reach out to Dr. Rob or Shiva Kailash Shambho, and we may be able to, your interest may facilitate and organize a retreat in the near future here in Vietnam. So please feel welcome. Morty James says Shiva should open a shoe shop in Baghdad.
Hey, OZ. Yo. Trying to go to a retreat, boy? Come on. Stop booking. Bet. Yo, y'all boys are... Wow. Rob, you look more clear in Shiva's camera.
How are you guys doing?
Good. How about you, man?
Doing good?
You guys got an echo. I don't know if you could fix that or not, but...
Yeah, we do have an echo.
Just check if...
It's, you see your mic
And
is
Shiva,
always,
you're pretty quiet.
your mic is
I can hear
always-
Rob, though.
So it's
No,
on
it's
your end.
it's him, it's them. We don't have, because you're...
Look, if we say silent, it's still...
What do you mean it's us?
Where's the echo
I just
coming
hear
from?
myself.
So
Where
this
are
is
you
you.
guys?
So you're always, your mic is always getting triggered.
Let's see if this fixes it. Okay.
Yo, press A.
Alright, should be good.
Oh, good. Good.
So
All right, we have a comment from somebody here. My pics there. I was not well for 3 days, slept mostly. Soul was free to do whatever I want. So I did a song light on with mellow, fangs, and marshmallows. It's clean, so the soul lives the dream. So this is fine if you want to be kind of a disassociated drug addict. But if you actually want to like raise up your level, then, and see, this is the joy of a consecrated space like this with people who are willing to practice and to give, because I feel tired. I get lost in myself. I get worried in myself. I think I'm going to stay in bed today. I'm going to let it roll today. And then there's an access point. There's an opportunity to start practicing and to start giving. And this will help raise your IQ score, and it will also kind of alleviate you being like schizophrenic and a weirdo and all that kind of stuff. So it's a nice idea to just stay in bed for 3 days, and if you need that rest, you can take that rest. But if you're willing, if you dare to give, that's really, really valuable. That's really going to start raising up your level and start working with those subtle energies that put you into that position again and again and again of needing to be in bed all day and things like that. And we will have a special guest coming in about 30 minutes.
Are you gonna eat that one?
No, it's for you. Yeah, help yourself.
Cheers, everybody.
And as an announcement, I will be allowing Shiva to stay at my home while I go away. This is only the second time meeting Shiva. And, I can say rent-free, but I can't say the guy doesn't owe me money. And I'm allowing him, so anybody who's following and supporting Shiva, let it be known that he's helping me to consecrate this space. And, I'm doing everything that I can to support him and give him the support for his upcoming 10-day Vipassana retreat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rob. Highly appreciate it.
How about this guy? Welcome in, Nocturnal Me. Would you be willing to share a little bit and introduce yourself?
Yes. Name's John. Or as Dr. Rob calls me, Carol. John Carroll is fine. I was just listening to the stream, wrapping up a late session, listening to the stream before actually grocery shopping, what I was doing.
You, Nocturne, you really have, wait, is that really you?
Sky Guardian, you have to learn how to communicate. Why
Sky Guardian, please,
What's up? Hey, no offense,
Yes,
I'll take
it's-
this guy. Hey,
you see,
hey,
you
if
see
you
how
know
this
this,
spirals,
I mean,
right?
Sky
You
Guardian.
see how so this is one of those things that you're kind of mindful of, or you kind of tune into, where there's this spiraling effect, and this also kind of pulls towards or points towards the efficacy of this subtle mind and awareness of the subtle mind movements to consecrate the space, which is what you had an intervention about. You seem to have let go of your interest and willingness to have a consecrated space. You made your apology video.
Greetings.
All right, greetings. Okay, so go ahead, Nocturnal Meat. Please continue introducing.
So that, names, you can call me John. When you first start these discords, they ask you for a name, and the first thing that came to mind was that, because I live in America. I have a house here. I'm a poet, composer. This is kind of the studio room. This is where I do all the stuff. And it's a great place to, when you're taking breaks, to on the stream, listen, work. I have a tendency to maybe have too many things going on at once. Recording, listening to a stream, and playing a game of chess all at the same time. So
What?
it was a long night. I had a great session. And that's what I do.
John, what's your practice experience? What's your
Actually, I'm a Christian. But I always make the caveat that
Doug, yeah.
most Christians don't like me. Where I live, especially, it's one of those things that around here it's all about denomination. the Protestants, the Catholics, and I don't ascribe or subscribe to any of that. It seems that most of the Christians that I know, with their division, the very first thing they do is break most of the commandments by just not loving their neighbor as themselves. Big problem around here. But again, it's America. If we're not bobbing for apples, we're bombing for oil.
Welcome in.
So John, what's your position on, you see this Shiva guy here, and he's a spiritual content creator, and he's trying to get by in his life. He's trying to make a livelihood for himself and doing this work. And you as a homeowner and as an elder man, as a senior man, I know I play around with that stuff sometimes. Serious, not serious.
Receiver.
Serious, in parentheses. But what's your position on supporting something like this? Supporting a young man who's kind of dropping out and trying to do this.
Absolutely,
spiritual work?
I've donated to Shiva many times.
And why have you
come
done
up as
that?
John. It will come up as John Carroll Walls.
And why do you do that?
When I first encountered Shiva, he was giving talks on veganism, which I espouse, and semen retention, which I espouse, even though I don't follow any type of yogi path. So support what you like or it goes away. So I did.
Wisely said. So I gotta support
Dr. Rob, do you have any neighbors?
Go ahead.
So I gotta support Dr. Rob here, otherwise he'll go away. I gotta make something
I
happen
have.
for him.
No, he does. He has to. And it's a kind of trepidatious framework, because as a spiritual teacher, I mean, we're doing this to be on top.
What do you mean?
Well, we don't want anybody. You don't want anybody controlling your life,
Okay, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You don't want anybody telling you what to do or when to do it or where to do it. You want to have a sense of freedom, I imagine. I mean, that's what I want. So in coming across other people who are spiritual practitioners and have different skill sets and different capacities at different times, the question becomes, how do we use that without attachment, that's not based in like our ego, because the ego likes to exploit. And I always bring this back to like a cheeseburger and a great YouTube video. I don't want to just eat a cheeseburger. And I also don't just want to eat a cheeseburger at a public place. I want to be sitting in my bed, having the best possible cheeseburger. Talk about the exploitation of the animals. And I want to have an ideal YouTube video going on to drum up and to get the most out of that. So it's kind of a question how to like rein in the ego from using anything, using everything without that attachment or without that like trying to exploit it. Trying to take advantage of it, but rather make use of it. And why I respect Shiva and why I like Shiva is because he does seem to want to make use of spaces and people and places and situations for sadhana, for spiritual practice. I see a lot of that in him. And he's actually, some of his things are rubbing off on me in terms of spending time together like this, very open and vulnerable time here in my home.
Nice.
But me and Shiva were talking about, because our energies are kind of syncing up and we've had some success we've had a lot of success the past few days in terms of the energetic space, which is very important, the mind space. And we were talking about, okay, so what if me and Shiva work together doing what we're doing, but we invited some young men or we invited some interested parties to come out here to Vietnam, and we've already reached out to a couple people to come here and kind of join in practice. But the question becomes, if we're not charging something, if we're not selling something, how do you share with these people this value that's immaterial so that their own egos aren't kind of getting out of control in the face of, they didn't, how can this be valuable if they didn't have to pay for it? And then how can they use what their skills are, which might just be generosity? I mean, you might be a young man who's interested in spirituality, or a man or a woman or whoever, and you're not a teacher. You don't have much experience in meditation and things like that, but you like what happens here. And so what would your sadhana be? What would your practice be? Would it just be sitting here and listening and like being a part of a tag-along group? Or would it be donating for the hotel? Would it be helping to clean up? Would it be volunteering? But the ego can get very sensitive about that. So the question is how to create that energetic space where people feel a comfortableness with giving and volunteering and donating rather than selling something. Because I feel like that selling something it's almost like a cop-out from that communication. And if you can't communicate without buying and selling something, then what are you going to do here? And there's a story of Ajahn Brahm who, I don't know if you know Ajahn Brahm, John. Oh, I think you would absolutely love.
Well, no, from what you were speaking on it last night.
I think you would absolutely love Ajahn Brahm. I'll send you his name or a link if you reach out, if I remember. But he's about a 70 or 80-year-old man from England who was a quantum physicist. And he became a monk 50 years ago or so. And he's one of the great Dharma teachers for Western people today. Anyway, he tells this story when he was younger, running the monastery. And at a certain point, some woman called up on the phone. And you might want to do something about this guy. Some woman called up on the phone, and she said, "Hey, I'm interested in the meditation course that you offer. How much does it cost?" And so he said, "It doesn't cost anything." And she said, "Well, it must not be worth anything," and hung up the phone. And so then Ajahn Brahm says, and now I kind of learned to say it's priceless. And I just encountered this. I just went through this in a Dharma retreat in Australia that I hosted, where it was kind of very open and unscheduled and unstructured. And we got to a point where the two people that were following me and supporting me in this road trip, and that I was following and supporting as well in a certain sense, kind of all looked around at each other and said, "Hey, wait a minute, I'm not attached to anything. I have no direction in terms of what I'm doing. We're all equal. So what are we doing here? What's going on? Why are we doing this?" And so for people who don't have a background in these kinds of practices, it's a big question mark for me. How do we communicate in such a way to make people feel comfortable to donate and to practice generosity and to practice self-sacrifice, which can really be a deep, ego reactive place?
In my experience, that people who are really ready to let go don't mind giving, especially being people who've been who are really quote unquote thinking. Running a studio out of my home, the paradigm or the setup I have is that I used to base recording time and everything obviously on an hourly rate, as most people do. Now what I do is now that I'm able to do this, there was years that I wasn't able to do this, that someone comes in and they're eager, they're an aspiring artist, they want to really, really do something, really, really want to put something forward, but they don't have any money. If they cut the grass, We figure out how many hours of studio time, and it's always a very generous deal. I'm talking from soup to nuts, from everything, production, mixing, things that there's no way someone with a lot of talent but no money can get. So you have to frame that in your scenario is that, right, someone's going, if you're going to have build a greater community and someone has no money, but they can clean your house, they can cook food, they can, have people, they want a guitar lesson, shovel my driveway when the snow's there, that sort of thing. And you can kind of extrapolate that and expand that to so many areas where we're creating the best, like Nash's equilibrium, John Nash, but anyway, that doesn't matter. Where everyone wins in a way. And that way no one feels like they're being, the difference between a door and a doormat. Everyone's winning. You're providing something, they're providing something, and no one feels like they're being used. And it really works. But the one thing you have to do, I don't know if this is just an ego or what, but at the end of the day, it's your thing. And egos are going to challenge one another. Egos and, so how you have that set up, I've never been able to figure that out. Sooner or later, someone just will challenge what's going on. For better or for worse. Sometimes it's for better, rarely, but sometimes it is. So that's what I would recommend.
Now,
And if you're able to discern character well, you'll know who's, ready to put forth and who someone who's just trying to get you right on the, the road trail.
Now, I have something coming to my mind right now, which is because Shiva is a lot better at creating commercial structures. That's something I'm very difficult at doing and kind of almost against doing. That we could possibly set up, just like you set up this, the Mount Kailash retreat, the potential. So Shiva could possibly set, I'm just sharing this as an idea, an opportunity where people could reach out and sign up if they'd like to come to Vietnam and join for kind of a week-long retreat practice, by the beach, etc. And people would you'd maybe put some information of their being willing to volunteer, maybe being willing to donate for, the apartment or the villa, the place. We'd probably get a big place. And we could spend a week together or 10 days together, basically practicing like me and Shiva are doing now. And we could have group discussions, and I think it could bring a lot of benefit. So maybe something that will materialize. And if you do have an interest in something like that, don't be shy to to reach out and let it be known. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's a slippery slope from something becoming, spiritual communion versus you have a vacation for sure. I see what you're saying. That there's that, teetering against it or whatever. But as long as you're doing it in good faith, as long as you have service to provide, again, the energy's right, the people are right. And again, you have to have some character discernment. It'll be fine.
Okay, anybody else here like to kind of come up and introduce themselves or share their experience or share their, maybe some comment or idea about what's been brought up so far?
One last thing before I head out.
Please.
Is it okay? Okay. But because I enjoy that you guys are, just doing something, you're involved in something, you're trying to, create something. as I told Shiva, you, whomever, I'll do original sequences of ambient, spiritual, dance music, you know, and it's on it's on me. You know, just kind of, if you want to give an outline of what you need for your show, whether it's the comedy portion or the more in-depth, more sincere, involved practice, let me know. And again,
Yeah. Well, what may be a very good offering, and this is just that, what you said would be great, but incorporating that kind of deep trance, you know, what up to you, you know, how you would feel about it in terms of seriousness, but with some of the vocalizations from me or from Shiva, and then incorporating that into the structure. Yeah, I think would be very
yeah, all you have to
interesting.
do, I mean, again, I have Ableton, Logic, you name it. If I can get WAV files of singing or chanting, I can cut. Again, I've done film score stuff, so I can take it from dragging in WAV files to adding layers of sound, strings. Again, I've been doing this a long time.
Well, we look forward to that, and as I usually tell people in terms of generosity, because there's an element when it comes to spirituality, whether it's like this hands-off peacefulness, like just general detachment, or what seems like general detachment, or like a blissful detachment in immediacy, like the dance of life itself in the here and now. There's a real kind of hands-off approach to a lot of intention to create. So when I think of like this retreat opportunity, it's more of an openness. Like it's an openness to give. And I think a lot of times people can run into problems when they're trying to give because they're looking, like some guy said, he reached out and he said he wanted to do some t-shirt designs. And now he wants to have a conversation with somebody about doing t-shirts designs and then creating them and then going forward. And so like the role of a spiritual teacher is not to actually be involved with that, like to not chase you down and try to make you donate or what have you. So like my teacher Sayadaw Uttamatara and his organization, which is massive, thousands and thousands of people, doesn't have a website. There's maybe like 2 or 3 or 4 websites that have been totally mismanaged and have gone, or have not kind of grounded themselves into anything simple and reliable and clear. Because his mentality is the detachment, and this is more like an opportunity is on the table for people to give. So if you have that intention to give, collect it, consolidate it, and then give. And then you can depend on the teacher or the community to then make use of that in some way. You know, that your offering, your giving, it's not just to you, John, but in general, is going to be deeply considered and made use of. Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
And then we get a kind of relationship with this practical application of generosity that's much more realistic to leverage than this this general intention to be generous. And then because then taking it into the idealism is now we have to micromanage each other. So now I have to consider about how you're going to produce that. I have to consider how other people are going to collect those clips. Or I'm going to, and it just gets into this spiral instead of making use of this original intention to give, consolidating that to whatever capacity we have as individuals, and then offering.
It's no, for me, again, I can only speak for myself, it's no big thing to go through video and clip things and then turn it into soundscapes. It's not, whether it's, that's not hard to do.
Thank you,
So if
John.
you guys don't have the time for that, I can do some perusing and pick out whether it's the kind of the throat droning or
Anything.
uh,
Anything.
kind of create
the,
like an amalgamation.
that's the thing, that there doesn't have to be, the only specificism that has to be there is the willingness to give, and then the action of giving, and then the release of that which is given. So it's like,
Okay, I understand.
right? Yeah, 100%. And then through that, there's this relationship built up through generosity that has like a quality of pureness to it, that doesn't rely on interpersonality.
Okay.
So it's, in some sense,
Yeah.
it can be very intimidating, but it's also the most like accessible and simple way to move forward with that relationship that's only based on generosity. The willingness to give,
Right, and
the
it's
giving,
also
the releasing.
right. It's also less links in the chain to check. You know, when people are doing their own thing and paying it forward, it's yeah.
And it's basically hopeless to try and navigate people that way unless money is involved.
Right, the micromanagement. Yeah, usually if you don't want to micromanage things to where it becomes an exercise in futility and tedium, what have you. Yeah, usually people want a wage. Yeah. Yeah. But okay. Well, peace to everyone.
Yeah.
I have to hit the.
Nice to
the
meet you.
It's early here, so I have to hit the markets.
Yeah, nice to meet you, John.
Likewise. Be well. Be well.
Yeah.
Take care.
You too, Shiva.
I like what Shiva kind of emphasizes, brings to the table. A lot of things that Shiva brings to the table, but of course, especially it's coming from Sadhguru. You know, I like Sadhguru in that way. But this, because usually that kind of excitement for me is almost like terror or anxiety or burden or like being destitute. Like the rawness and the vulnerability that I have to go through and suffer through and struggle through. And I love this practical idea where there can be this element of bliss that is the wavelength that's more tuned into there to do the sadhana and the practice. You know, through these consecrated spaces. And I really see the potentiality of that. It's very different. My teacher's almost like the opposite. Like I would say that they say the Buddha lifts up people's minds and then talks to them about the Dharma, so they're like, whoa, I've got, whoa, impermanence, no self, suffering. Brings them down, But like my teacher really is literally, this is my experience, and I told him to his face, I said, this guy's the king of suffering. This is the master of suffering. But my attenuation is often like to bring people down to hell, and I do have a very strong key to hell, just FYI, which is not nice, and then teaching the Dhamma. So I think that there's
Teach the Dharma to me.
yeah, I think that there is a kind of confluence here. And I don't know if you noticed, but Shelley also became a member. And she said something funny, she made a bit of a quip. Good for you, Shelley.
Teach me the Dharma, Dr. Rob. It's me, Demon Goose.
I thought you said your name was Fart Goose. Did I get the translation wrong?
No, I'm only Fart Goose when we're one-on-one.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
Demon Goose here.
Okay, yeah. Well, the Fart Maxing course is only $50 to join the WhatsApp group, so don't be shy if you're interested in that.
I'm interested.
Come on,
Send
man.
me a sign-up link.
Hey, come on, guys. Why are we talking
What's wrong,
about
Simon?
fart?
Well, we're going to move on, right? We're going to be aware of that, and then we're not going to hold on to that and just go into this continuing. This continuing of
There we go.
experiencing that's based on awareness rather than based on thoughts or sounds or voices. Would anyone else like to come up and
What
kind
is
of
the
intro?
difference?
Would anyone like to come up and
What is the...
would anyone like to come up and introduce themselves or share their experience?
Pippa.
Yeah, maybe Pippa. It'd be nice to hear you and meet you again, Pippa. And please introduce yourself, because I know that you and Shiva know each other well, but I'd like to know you a little bit better, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so my name is Pippa. I'm from Belgium. I'm 24 years old, and I've been in touch with Shiva since 2 years. I think somewhere in the beginning, actually, of his YouTube channel. And I think I was the first one to ever donate to him, if I get that correctly, Shiva. You once told me. Or the first one speaking to you.
The first female donor.
Say that again?
The first female donor.
Female donor. Well,
He's the master. He's also known as the master.
Practices.
He's also known as the master of blowing smoke up people's asses. So don't take it personally. It's part of his technique. Sorry, Pippa. Please, I'm actually more aligned with second wave radical feminism, not necessarily trans exclusive. I don't want to get into that, but I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Well, I was thinking of a question or something to bring up throughout this whole session. And I think many of the things you've been speaking of are very interesting. And I came into this call with a feeling of somehow wanting to escape my own life. I'm not entirely, solidly content with what I'm doing. And yeah, that's kind of the only thing I can put into this space for now. That I'm working as a teacher and it doesn't feel fulfilling. But there is also a question of generosity towards anyone, anywhere. And you're frozen on my screen. Am I still audible?
You're good. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay.
Wait, Dr. Rob, how are you still in Shiva's moving? Sorry.
Yeah, that's very strange.
So this kind
It's
of
just sitting still.
this kind of conflux event, when it's not informed by and concerned with the Dharma, it's unsettling. It's a deep track. It's scary. And what I have found, and I think what a lot of people find is, and what Ajahn Brahm has spoken about, is that this scariness or this anxiety, this sense of, this is where I need to back off, this is where I need to turn away, is actually a turning towards point. And so what I am working to cultivate, and I think Shiva also aligns with that in a lot of ways, is this certain kind of momentum that's concerned with the Buddha, whether the Buddha is Sadhguru, etc. But this awareness mentality and the masters of awareness that has a certain kind of momentum that people can key into. And there can be a kind of continuous keying into that allows us to create consecration. And that a consecrated space is like a true safe space. And it's a refuge. It's a refuge in the Dharma. It's a refuge in the way of awareness, wisdom and compassion, that allows us to actually go into that suffering rather than allowing that suffering to go into us and kind of lead us through all these complicated ideas of self and other and our fear and our anger and our traumas and also our complacency. Because a lot of people, and I find myself as well, are dwelling in passivity and complacency. And that passivity and complacency doesn't really allow this flower of the mind and this flower of the heart to bloom. And there's so many factors in the Western world and in our own traumas, our own inner psychology that's saying this flower cannot bloom. Wisdom and compassion have to be under fear. And through Sangha, through community based on awareness, taking refuge in great Dharma teachers and masters, there's a real allowance for us to go beyond fear. And in this sense, to go beyond birth and death as well. And it's very real and it's very practical. And one of the things that's kind of interesting about this is the practicality of this, the resources that are on the table. In like the depth of post-scarcity that we are in. We don't need to struggle to have our basic resources met. We need to struggle to keep living the way that we've been living up to now. And if that's not something that you actually want to do, what's on the table is incredible and boundless and undefinable, clearly. You know, and then it's just about our willingness to give, our willingness to maybe settle our own self-fixation in this way of like limitless giving and being open to that. And as I was saying before, taking as a starting point to just concentrate that energy of the willingness to give and then show up and do it as if we have something better to do in our lives. You can do it at home, you can do it on your own, but we can also do it in community. It's just like you can primarily focus on supporting yourself. I wouldn't want to do that. It sounds like a nightmare to me. But you can also focus on supporting the community, not just random people, but the community that's concerned with awareness. And this is like a consecrated community that has continued since Adiyoga, Adiyogi, the Buddha, Sadhguru, and the modern day living masters as well, like my teacher, Sayadaw Otamatara. But we haven't been keyed into like the access to that. And so there's this sense that that doesn't really exist. So I was talking with Shiva on the live stream yesterday about, we got 30 people on my YouTube channel right now. We've got about 15 people in Shiva's Discord right now. We have 68 people watching live on YouTube right now. If every one of those people wanted to go and live the life of a volunteer or a yogi or a monk, that can completely 100% happen today. All you need is your passport and a flight, and that's it. Now, that's not going to be you going where you want to go, but that's totally on the table now. And I'm not just talking about me in terms of me and Shiva, just like I'm not talking about Shiva in terms of his relationship with Sadhguru, but our relationship with this living Sangha, this living community that's concerned with awareness. Here and now. In this. And that's not to say, okay, let's all get together. We've all got to be together. We've all got to, form a cult or something. It's not saying that. It's saying that this cult of awareness is already well established. And there's many resources on the table if we want to sacrifice our life, if we want to sell our home, if we want to live in a different way. And it's my responsibility, and it's Shiva's responsibility, to whatever degree he makes it his, to facilitate that. And in that way, it's not about me or Shiva just trying to financially support ourselves, because what are we going to do? Just sit in a villa on a mountain and relax in the hot tub? It's not fulfilling. But actually having this access to helping and to giving and being inspired by the community of awareness, not just the community of anybody who pops in. Because we have responsibility. I have responsibility to my vulnerability. I have responsibility to my authenticity. I have responsibility to myself to not just be about me and I and my traumas and my stories and my fears and my desires, which is what keeps people living in the same way year after year, month after month, being totally unfulfilled.
Anon user has a question here. Read it up.
And all I'm trying to say is that there's a bitter pill here. There's a bitterness here that is sweeter than medicine. That cures everything. And that has nothing to do with me and you, Pippa, or me, and Sadhguru, but the nature, the truth, the original mind. Okay, what is your address in Vietnam? Are any of us free to visit? Shiva, are you going to be with Dr. Rob for the indefinite future? Shiva is probably not going to be with Dr. Rob for the indefinite future, but if you consolidate your interest and sincerity to come and practice and join, then me and Shiva and whoever has a responsibility to meet that.
There's one more.
There's no need to defend yourself from accusations of being a cult, especially if you are both upstanding and moral people who are willing to improve the lives of others. Yeah. The same with defending yourself from yourself. Let it happen. Let it process. Let it unfold. Is your deeper mind mountains and rivers and oceans? Or is your deeper mind the toxicity of fear and anger and non-practical, complicated thinking? This is all taking place so that we can know that for ourselves.
To say, Rob, I like that
And it
chain,
should
man.
be, it has to be, and it is for someone overwhelming, intimidating. It'll make you shake in your boots. I don't know about Shiva, but I've been shaking in my boots multiple times during this live stream and during this session, because this is not a fucking gimmick to get views and to have myself, people are listening to me, people are watching me. It's not that. And there's people out there that are in much more need than me and you. So why are we so worked up by our need? And why are we so afraid of that vulnerability and that realness? Do we need to be? And the simple answer is no, definitely we do not. We don't have to be afraid of hell. Hell has to be emptied out. We don't need to be afraid of fear. We don't need to be afraid of terror. Fear and terror need to be emptied out through giving, through self-sacrifice. Through a new iPhone? No, not yet. Not broken.
Is the food out there good? Rob and Shiva.
How still is your mind?
Did I ignore it, Rob? I'm confused, man.
Rob and Shiva
I'm
are
watching the
actually
new
live.
arrangement.
This is pre-recorded.
Hey, Rob, talk, dude.
You're talking to a pre-recorded video, dude.
You're talking to a hacker.
What?
You hack?
No, Rob hacks. Dr. Rob.
We have another donation.
He hacks
Dr.
people
Rob's
who
cyber
ask stupid,
hacker.
annoying questions.
What is the projected amount of money you guys will need to start and operate a small retreat center? Based on your past financial contributions, do you think the communities you've cultivated will be able to raise enough?
No. So this question basically comes down to first steps. So first steps would be buying land or property, which would be around maybe 20. Well, it'd be more if you're talking about creating some kind of meditation center. Probably $50,000 to $100,000 for initial investment and initial first few months. after that, you have monthly payments, but more so, what seems to be on the tip of the tongue is creating a temporary environment or a temporary retreat center in Vietnam, for example, which is probably buying a home in a mountainous area or an oceanous area that's not totally rural, but nearby the city, and conducting an open retreat space for 10 days or a month or something along those lines, because it's really people who show up on the ground. And then you see the efficacy of the willingness for those people to cooperate and support each other, and see how it's basically going to work. Because like me and Shiva and the work that we've been doing the past few days, there was no telling that would necessarily work out. And it's the same with other people that might be getting involved. So it's kind of a more step-by-step process. You move up from like right here and now to a month, 3 months, the next 6 months, the next year, etc. And it really has to be based in a willingness for people to give and to serve, and not have this idea of now we are owed or controlled by the people who are giving. Because that creates a very unsustainable environment, because we all have to have a certain degree of independence.
Anon user says, maybe you want to read it out.
Yeah. Anon user says, 50 to 100,000 sounds a lot better than 6 million. I am willing to get some very large loans to contribute. That sounds great. And the first step would be me and Shiva finding out who you are. Right? So that would be the first step. I'm not going to let just anybody take out a large loan.
This is the next step forward. Conscious people have to gather together and buy land and live on that land.
So it's very, very difficult to put the carriage before the horse. And once you actually mount the carriage and the horse is galloping along, boy, are you in trouble. Bad news bears for all involved. The last thing that you want to do is find yourself mounted onto the horse with the carriage in front in the Indian train, in the 5D realm. Okay? So it's a step-by-step process of your concern, your willingness to give, your willingness to donate, that sets up a foundation. Now, if we're talking about flying to Vietnam with $10,000 in gold bullion, meeting me at the airport, and then me going on my way, that's a different situation. That's something that we can organize immediately, and I can't say much about what Shiva doesn't have anything to do with that. That is a place we can start immediately. But, and this is something I've talked about with Shiva before, more money, more problems. Money is not gold bullion. More people, more generosity, more self-sacrifice, more responsibility. And it's a big deal. And there's a lot of aspects of it to go into. So you just start out with establishing that willingness to donate, and maybe that's after the gold bullion, you work on making sure that your credit score is at the very, very top. And then you'll be even better. Even the gold bullion will be basically nothing compared to the loans that you'll be able to take out moving forward. That, of course, will be paid back in full to the government of the financial institution that originally gave that loan. And so what needs to match the potency, the investment, the involvement is a quality of detachment and levity. Because people's egos, because they haven't trained, are immediately going to be stimulated and vibratized. And that's a lot to be responsible for. And I've experienced it myself. The kind of kick that's going on right here between two 30-year-old men on the spiritual path, you can't just superimpose that onto people sitting around and what's going on. You know, the energies change, there's a shifts, there's needs. People have a lot of needs, psychosocial needs. And learning how to meet those needs takes a lot of investment and a lot of stabilization of the mind that's based on enjoying the simple things. And that brings me, Shiva, to one of your favorite songs. I get my joy from the simple things coming from the earth. I get my joy from the sun that shines and the water speaks to me. Listen to the wind and listen to the water. Hear what they say. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. I get my joy from the simple things coming from the earth. I get my joy from the sun that shines and the water speaks to me. Listen to the wind and listen to the water. Hear what they say. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Okay, Anon user says, my father recently died and left behind a large fortune, and I am willing to send the equivalent of around 200,000 USD in Bitcoin. Dr. Rob's Dharma talks have really left an impact on me. How can I send it? Well, I'll give you my Bitcoin address right now, before I have a panic attack. And before you say, wait a minute, not a good idea. Help me move this.
This is a good idea.
Wait a minute. Okay, are you ready, honey? Subscribers only mode. Shiva.
You didn't subscribe?
I've been subscribed for a long time.
Thank you.
Is it going to show up?
Better show up. Send it to me in WhatsApp and I'll paste it as well.
Okay. Yeah, because I can't paste it. Oh, wait a minute.
No, it's not.
Everyone get your headshot, bro. Absolutely popping.
Wait a minute. So don't send 200,000. Maybe send 20,000 to start, just to be careful. Actually, don't post that one. Just give me a sec.
Please don't break the rule. Promotions.
Unborn and indestructible, unborn and indestructible, beyond time and space, beyond time and space. This body and these feelings are not me, are not mine. Okay. What's your email?
Shiva Kailash 114. Kailash 114. Gmail.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, you can also send me a message on WhatsApp, Anon, if it's easier for you to copy and paste the Bitcoin in that way. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, as much as I'd like to be in a position to receive more, spontaneously, I don't want any problems to come about. And, for that matter of not wanting any problems to come about, I wish that you live a long and happy and healthy life. And what I can say is that this could be a big deal. And me and also my teacher and his organization are fully equipped to make use of that, concerned with your interest and, and to do things safely and to do things considerately and to have, conversations if you'd like to. But if you wouldn't like to have a conversation in that way, than just making sure that everything is done properly and safely and considerately. So please don't be shy about being generous. Maybe take a little bit of legwork and consideration, but will happen as quickly as possible to make that exchange and that willingness to give safe and stable and congruent with your values of wanting to give and wanting it to be received. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And I would like to say that me as a spiritual teacher and as a leader, I live a little bit on the edge. So, as they say, money can't fix everything, but it could definitely make a big difference in terms of stabilizing this situation and allowing for a little bit more of consistent congruency and kind of a little bit more space created, and put a lot of things, to rest, to not have to be considered at all. And that's just, of course, a starting point for doing more service and growing that space for others as well.
Dr. Robert, good to hear from you this morning. Be good.
Okay, thank you. And a big part of the reason that people generally are hesitant about giving, especially like wealthy people giving, is because there's a real concern of, is that going to be used skillfully? And not just in terms of the practical material application, but how that is going to affect the person's mind. So we see like people who win the lottery and they become very sick. They have many issues. I need to buy $1 million mansion. And all these kinds of things. And what I can tell you is that I've spent plenty of time in hell. And I've had plenty of experiences of relative luxury, concerned with myself as a lower middle class, if I'm lucky, person. And what I can tell you is that there's not much of a dream stream in me, just to share with prospective donors and people in general that this is important, of I'm going to have my own place, I'm going to have an incredible place, I'm going to have cars, I'm going to have this, and I'm going to be that. Of course, who knows, but there's a lot of experience in me of the hopelessness of the ego and the hopelessness of the self. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
juice vegan?
Yeah, it's all vegan. Okay, do we have any questions or sharing experience? We're actually going to be wrapping up the live stream here, not because I might get a big donation or something like that, but because it's been a long and very intense and very intimate sadhana today. So we're going to slowly bring it to an end. Also about time to eat here. And we'll do our best to, I will be doing my best to keep everything on the level. This is not about being famous. This is not about profiting myself. This is about exploiting the interest of others in sadhana to inspire my own willingness to give and practice seriously. Exploiting the needs of others to meet my own need of transcending suffering and ending suffering as much as I possibly can. Okay, so we finish with the offering of the merits. May everyone everywhere, whether they can hear this, see this, feel this, or not, receive and be offered whatever blessings, whatever goodness, whatever depth has been cultivated during this time. May all beings everywhere receive these blessings, and may we and all beings find the final bliss of Nibbana in the here and now without conditions. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly, truly be. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you, dear friends. Relax, be well, be happy, be peaceful, and see you again soon, all right? Thank you for all your support, and thank you for your trust. I will do my very best to live up to it, and may we continue.